All right, we're live. I am trying in this video to not start at least until I'm confident that we'll be starting within 5 minutes. So I hear you loud and clear. For those who love watching the videos who do not like waiting 20-30 minutes, which I could just clip that, but my god, am I so busy in the week. So it's just easier for me to just start later than it is to use the YouTube editor tool. But hey, we're back after the Thanksgiving week. Last week was crazy. We got nearly 60 subscribers on the channel that week. And we've gotten 19 this week. Or no, 20 this week, I think.
Wowee.
So, that's pretty much like 80 subscribers in 2 weeks, which is pretty big, honestly. That's really huge for the channel, and it's fun. I was talking to my co-host and at least current editor yesterday, Alex, and he's just like, wow, we might actually start getting fan art within the next year. And I was like, yeah. And that's such a crazy thing to think that might start happening.
I cannot wait.
As long as I get some sexy orcs and banana hammocks.
Please, no.
Please, yes.
Many sexy orcs in order.
I want a fan art of Mr. Rainmaker, like shirtless, buff as hell, and all of us around him as his harem.
What's with my current games and sexy dads? It's happened twice in a row now.
You give us DILFs, we're gonna act on it.
Also,
Or
it's very
make them
wet because
ourselves.
it's raining in that painting, by the way.
Wait, sorry, what?
Nothing. I don't know.
Oh, I see. Okay. Took me a second. I just heard some words in there that I grew very concerned, and then when I put them together, it was less concerning, fortunately. Got a sexy vampire dad in our one-shot that we're running. Now there's the Hornbreaker. I promise.
Break my horn any day.
I promise. This is not the kind of content you should expect on this channel.
We should change that.
There's
No.
no avoiding it.
No, see, the worst thing is I could make that the thing for my channel, and I could get very rich running some private games.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna run those games. I don't want to be the DM to those kinds of people, like artists are to furries. It's not worth my soul. I'm sorry.
Sounds like cowardice to me.
Yeah, I'm very scared. You have no idea. You have no idea the sheer panic at the idea of it happening. I've heard horror stories. Anyway, be on the lookout for our video tomorrow where we're doing Swashbuckler, and this is gonna be another video edited by Alex, and it's got a very strong Devil May Cry feel to it. So if you like Pathfinder and Devil May Cry, tomorrow's video is gonna be the one for you.
Ah, so he's doing the gunslinger one.
No, Swashbuckler. You're close. Anywho, last where we left off, you guys have been going through Madakali, kind of getting to know the place, visiting, Yamanji, which is the kind of farmland section just outside Madakali, where the Yamas people live. and as well as getting to meet Tani and her wife in the rainforest, a specially designated area for the Rainmaker's children, where you saw just a bunch of like 50 houses. And yeah, had some good character moments, made a harness, got a chicken. It was a very productive story in some sense. Though, speaking on productiveness, you did go and talk to the council members of Matakali and got an important mission. You are to go get in contact with the leopard clan of the Akuje and act as kind of a in-between between the Matangi orcs and the Akuje. The Akuje are well-known demon hunters in the area, similar to the Matangi, though they don't agree on the method of doing so. And this has caused some light but troubling friction between the Matangi and the Akuje. Not only that, but the Matangi, being as socially expansionists that they are, wish to make good ties with the Akuje and get their two cultures properly connected. So they're going to be using you all as a kind of in-between to do so. You've been told that you do need to go find the Leopard Clan. They know the general area of them, but not their exact whereabouts. As well, you're more than likely going to have to do some tasks for them to gain their trust. Now, the council does have a an inn, somewhat, with the Akuje, as one of the council members' grandson, Bakubo, is a orcish half-elf with the Akuje. And they're hoping that the Akuje will recognize this and will allow you to meet them, as no one meets the Akuje without their, permission, essentially. They'll just leave you to die in the jungle before they unnecessarily reveal themselves. Unfortunately, you did hear that Bakubo is a bit of a troublemaker of the half-orcs. And you might have some difficulties getting him to cooperate. You are to go to Watakali, the third ring from the center of Nine Walls, and one that is explicitly designated for the half-orcs. Fortunately, it's only expressly for the half-orcs to separate them from the much more overbearing orcish families, as in the past, the orcs have been quite overbearing of their half-orcish children, as it's a sign of prestige and social success in essentially, social integration and expansion. So, for fear of the half-orcs leaving Nine Walls and its protections, they came to a compromise, and the third ring was essentially designated to them, and only under the strictest of circumstances are orcs, Matangi orcs specifically, allowed to visit the half-orcs. Other individuals are not quite as strictly bound by this. So, with that in mind, you have time, if you so choose, to prep before going to meet and entreat with Bakubo. Or you all could attempt to find some other method of getting the Akuje's attention and earning an appearance with them. So, y'all leave Demon Bane Manor.
My plan for a gift is like a keg of gunpowder. This seems like something that's hard to get around here unless you know how to make it.
We also get him like a dribble waffle iron.
Of course.
I
we
believe
bought
it was
that.
mentioned, and then some people didn't like it.
I'm not sure.
One real quick question for Cam here. So
Sure.
it's the Leopard Clan, because my notes say Tiger Clan.
I believe I have Leopard in the game notes.
Okay.
Oh, nope, you are correct. It is the Tiger Clan.
Okay.
Let's go.
My mistake.
I was just wondering if I put it down wrong or what.
I literally looked at the notes earlier and my brain read Leopard where it said Tiger.
Fair enough, honestly.
Wild.
They look basically the same.
I mean, kinda, if I don't have my glasses on.
I think it's more, I think there's the Leopard Clan actually in the lore.
Okay, fair enough.
Leopard Clan, and my brain is just referring to that, but I don't want to step on any narrative toes that they might use for some of their games. We're currently playing in a game that's in the Mwangi Expanse, so...
I believe that's the Leopard Clan.
So to avoid any incontinuities in the world, I just made Tiger Clan, which is just another of the many Akuje clans.
Okay, sorry, I just wanted that clarification.
Nope, it was a very good clarification to make.
So I believe our original plan was to observe him and see if we could gauge what he'd be interested in before we made any moves. If I remember correctly.
Ah, yes. A stealth mission. My forte. I got this.
Blend in.
Just present him the waffle iron and then we'll just vanish into the background.
No words. Just waffle iron.
Honestly, yeah, that probably would be my...
Take this. You'll know what it means in time.
The sad thing is I'm thinking about it going, no, that actually might work to get his attention.
It really might.
I'm just worried this will be another outhouse plan altogether, and I would like to avoid that.
You just gotta do the thing where you like put it in a bag and say don't open it until you're in need most, and it'll be what you need in that moment.
Demons chase you, open bags, use waffle iron.
It's a good weapon. Especially if it's been a cold iron.
So I guess we're heading off to the third ring to find our quarry and assess him. Unless anyone else had any other ideas.
You know, I should be a good GM and actually write in the game notes the name of the individual rings.
So is it just the Matanji who have limited access to the third ring? Everyone else can go there, or is there
Yep,
also
pretty
like
much.
limitations? Okay.
And Takuma fervently turns down the idea of walking in her spider form on a leash.
I had a joke, but I'm not gonna say it.
Might as well.
What if in spider form had like a vest that said surface animal? Just to put everyone's hearts at ease.
Yeah, the only downside to that, I'm pretty sure they've figured out by now she's a Nanati. So that probably looks more like slavery at that point.
Oh no.
You're not
That's the
wrong.
only- It's the only downside I can see. And that'll be taken one of two ways. More than likely, the more inappropriate one.
Probably. The question is, would they be more upset at seeing a giant spider or seeing an orc? Full blood. At least appears full blood.
We'll
Just
find
kinda
out.
walk down the street being like, no, 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 this isn't slavery, this is just kinky. I assure you.
Yeah, we'll try the full-blooded orc form, and if that doesn't work, we'll come back. Or Takuma will just slip into an alley and just spider along.
What if Takuma has the leash with Albert? Because then you just like have a pet and then you look approachable and friendly.
I don't know if that would help. I appear like a full-blooded orc, which means I have permission to be here to see a specific someone, and I show up walking a chicken, just casually.
How big is your spider form?
It's a medium-sized creature.
Okay, so not backpack sized.
I mean, technically I could cling to the backpack, it'll just add extra bulk.
All right, notes have been added, so you guys head off to Watanli of the Watanji orcs. Their naming conventions are a little off sometimes, or they're spot on, and I'm just uncultured. But it takes a good amount of time. You feel that you probably need to rest the night first before heading out, just so you get there at a decent hour, because if you left now, you'd probably get there around 6 p.m., 7 p.m., give or take. Unless that's a convenient time for y'all, then you're definitely free to go, so.
Well, people, usually troublesome ones at least, usually show themselves at, show who they really are at night.
Or if they're not showing themselves, they're out drinking.
Which means they might be more approachable. Or more angry. That's also possible.
No, we could probably get some rest. It's been a long day already. At least for Takaba, it's been a long mental battle of trying not to look at all of the orcs as we left Demon Bane Manor.
Isn't it still, like, fairly early, though?
She's tired, okay? It's been a rough day. She was also making a chicken harness all day.
Oh, we went in the afternoon.
It's sometime during a day. All I know is that if you go to Watanli, you'll be there kind of late.
I think we might want to take the night to prepare some gifts.
That's probably a good idea. Alright, Gail, you're the most troublesome person I know. What do you what would you like?
My plan is to make them a big keg of gunpowder, because, you know, troublemakers and explosives are pretty cool, right?
I feel like that might be considered a little bit dangerous.
Yeah.
We have no idea if this person knows how to use gunpowder and not, for instance, blow themselves up with a giant keg of it.
Well, it won't be a too dangerous amount. I can lower it to a horn of gunpowder if you want.
I think
I've seen
Any
what you
amount
can do with that much gunpowder, and that's still dangerous.
any amount of gunpowder is dangerous.
Listen, if he wants to go through the effort of experimenting to figure out how to use this gunpowder, I think he deserves it at that point.
Wait, where are you getting all this gunpowder?
I'm making it.
So you can make like a whole keg full of gunpowder?
Presumably, if I have the materials.
And the time.
I mean, we could always just buy him a beer. Do we have to give him like gunpowder and stuff like that? I guess it would help.
We really don't know anything about this person at all. I mean, I don't even remember their name. All I heard was Evil Dragon, and after that I just kind of stopped listening.
You get them a nice piece of jewelry.
I mean, everyone likes jewelry.
He's a troublemaker, right? I mean, maybe he'll appreciate the gunpowder a lot more if he's a troublemaker. Because then, I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with gunpowder to make people mad.
And it is probably harder to come across gunpowder than jewelry here.
Actually, that is a good question. As much as the Matanji of the inner circle dress themselves? Is it pretty common across the board? Is like a heavy staple for Matanji look to have a bunch of jewelry?
No. Garishness is found more towards the center of Nine Walls. The further out you get, the more warrior like the Matanji get. Trading up, bangles and jewels for piercings or studs. Alright, what's the plan, everyone? Sounds like you all want to at least wait the night.
Yes.
Yeah. We're gonna try to find some sort of gift idea. Perhaps more than one.
I think Takuma's more of the mindset rather gauge what he is first before she tries to get a gift, rather than just blindly walking in, but that's her plan.
Well, conveniently for y'all, there's the gather information activity.
Yeah, I think Takuma will do that for the night.
Raph will help.
I'd also love to help with that.
Okay, well, it is a downtime activity, so you'll need to at least spend one day gathering info.
Fair.
Okay, well, while they're gathering info with our target, Sexel's gonna try to gather info about the Akuje clan directly.
I think I'm just gonna spend all day making like cakes of gunpowder.
Oh my god.
So how your gun
God,
crafting
I wanna
works,
make
so
like
you
10
know.
cakes of gunpowder.
In a day, essentially during your daily preparations, you make enough for your gun for a day's worth of operation. Prepping, maybe a good like 50 shots or something like that. If you want to actually spend downtime making kegs, you're going to have to spend some gold and you're going to have to actually do a crafting activity.
That makes this fine by me, I think. Am I good at crafting? I feel like I'm not.
You have a 5.
I'm fine with it.
Well, it's
How do you
also
know?
a minimum of 4 days.
Also, I know because I'm looking at a 6 when you rolled in that one.
Oh, I did make one recently. The
You're gonna have
gunpowder
to spend
isn't
some
like
gold and you're
too
gonna
hard to
have
make.
Actually,
Wink, wink. Please make it easy. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna spend downtime to make gunpowder.
Gale straight up dies from a gunpowder explosion.
Everyone returns to the inn we're staying at, the hotel, at like dinner time, and it's just on fire. Everyone's like on the street watching.
The entire building is just reduced to rubble.
all right. Let me see. I think it's called black powder. Let's see if there's actually an item.
All I need is some charcoal, some saltpeter, and some sulfur. Easy clap.
Why do you know how to make gunpowder?
Because it's easy. You can also use nitrate instead of saltpeter, but I assume it's easier to get saltpeter in fantasy world than nitrate.
Yeah, because I would assume nitrate would be like a scientifically broken down substance.
Usually.
Besides, saltpeter on its own is dangerous.
Yeah. But sometimes you gotta use dangerous things to make dangerous things. And that's my inspirational quote of the day.
Alright. To make a keg, you're gonna need 50 gold pieces.
Oh my god, really?
Do you know how big a keg is?
No.
It's like a barrel.
Like a full barrel? I want one of the mini barrels.
You can make a black powder horn, which is typically made of either, you know, a bullhorn or some kind of leather pouch.
Yeah. How much is that?
5 gold pieces.
Okay. I'll make like... Gotta do math now. 10, 12 of those. 13. I want 13 of the horns.
That'll take you 14 4-day increments. You can't batch make them.
Okay.
So we just
How
spend
long
a
does
few
that take?
months.
We're assigned our project from the elders. Okay,
So you
then
know.
the city in 2 months.
Black powder horn is worth 500 doses of black powder, which is essentially 500 shots. You can even light the horn on fire, causing it to explode, doing a d6 fire damage in a 5-foot burst.
Coolio.
If you want something that's not likely to kill someone, this is the bare minimum.
But it's really cool though, and that's what I'm getting at.
Well, whether you choose to or not, remember your teammates might have a different idea.
Would it be quicker for me to make a keg and then separate it into horns?
Yeah, technically.
And it's just like the same amount as 50 gold worth of horns?
Yes.
I'll
Which
do
will
that.
give you 10 horns.
I'll do that then.
Okay. Well, Gale sits down for 4 days to do that. What do y'all do?
Gather
Don't sleep
information.
once.
Yeah, I guess gathering information.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're gonna get so much information for 4 days.
All right. Real quick. Let me just look up the rules.
I 100% don't know how much time has passed. I was like, yeah, I'll just sit down and do a quick little crafting sesh.
Except crafting is inherently not fast.
Have you ever done arts and crafts?
Yes.
It's pretty quick.
Depends on what craft you're doing.
A little lanyard.
You ever crocheted a sweater?
Unfortunately, that thing takes months.
It's not fast.
Shh, just get good at it.
Anyway, inflammatory statements aside. All right, so essentially each day you can spend time gathering information. Depending on your target, gathering information may be something that typically takes about 2 hours or more. So it really depends on what kind of information you're trying to gather and how you're all trying to go about doing so. So Takuma mentioned first about doing it. So Takuma, what are you doing?
She was going to get information on our supposed Akuje contact and see if she can learn basically what his personality is to try and gauge that before she looks into anything else.
Okay, and how are you going about doing so?
I'm afraid the only thing she can do is ask around.
Right, but where are you going to ask around, and how are you going about doing so?
She is... God, her deception's not high. Why not? May as well go to the half-orc ring and just make it sound like she's interested in courting him, so she's trying to gauge his interests.
So you want to go and meet the individual yourself. No risk of jeopardizing any of that. No, she will just ask around the center ring, see if his notoriety is there. Okay, so you're going to go to Watanli and ask around about his notoriety?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone you're talking to specifically about this? It doesn't take much for you all to learn. Watanli is a predominantly academic part of Nine Wells. It's essentially made up of a series of academies. And has devoted a large amount of its time to scholarly research with technological developments and art movements. Many of the Matangi's half-orcs are sent here for their education before they, go out to find careers or other types of, once they're fully adults and can fend for themselves, what they may do.
So she's just gonna ask around, unless... No, because she can't go back to the council to ask. We had our chance and it ended, so...
Well, you know that they probably don't know much because they're not permitted to go into Watanli.
Actually, that's another good question. I know it's a place for half-orcs to go, but do we on occasion see, aside from Rainmaker's children, half-orcs wandering around the center circle?
There are a variety of half-orcs you do notice here, yeah. Most of them are, in their late 20s to early 30s. And older.
So, I think she'll just wander around, probably treating it like gossip, saying it was a story she heard just to see if she can get more information from the locals, more than likely at a bar or something.
In Watanli or Madakali?
Madakali.
Okay. All right. Sure thing. Go ahead and make a diplomacy roll. And
I'll
Sure,
say
go ahead.
Rav helps with this.
sure, make an assist roll.
Okay. I did say before talking about all this that I was helping. But I am sad about this roll.
It's going to be a -1 on the roll. Go ahead, Takuma.
It's a 20.
Okay. Before we get to that, who else is gathering information?
I was.
Zexel.
Okay, we'll go with Cyrus or Cyrus first. Cyrus, what are you doing? How are you doing it?
I figured instead of like directly trying to track down this man, I'd go to the third ring and just like spend some nights because we have several days and just go to different inns around the ring and then just like I guess hang out and then just listen in on conversations. Like meeting people, talk to them.
Okay. Go ahead and make a diplomacy roll for me, please. Okay, not bad. And Zexel, how are you going about your business?
Zexel is not going to look up Bukubo or anything. Zexel's looking up those, because there was like evil dragon cults that were mentioned when they talked about the
Yes.
threats with the Akuje. Zexel wants to know about that because evil dragons give us a bad name.
Okay, that's going to be a different kind of check. That's going to be a
Yes.
research roll.
Yes. When you said the third ring was academic, so
It is indeed.
even though they're mostly of different types of academics, but I'm sure they have stuff about dragons. Who doesn't?
Oh, it's very much a scholarly place. You'll find all types of information there. Sure. Go ahead and roll for me. Your choice of either religion or arcane.
Both not fantastic, but I'll take religion. Ah, too bad it wasn't occultism. All right. Not great at all.
Okay. So, starting off at the top here. So Takuma, you're going around and trying to be a bit chummy, you know, with some of the half-orcs of Madakali, asking questions and such like that. Raph just kind of awkwardly stands about. It's a little distracting, but it doesn't seem to deter people off too much. As you kind of get information for this first day, you don't really hear much of Bakubo. Unfortunately, Bakubo is a younger orc, and many of the orcs here are much older and didn't really go to the academy during Bakubo's time. But they do give you some information. Many of the half-orcs that attend, Watanli's various academies are very typically really sheltered, and acting out is not a very uncommon thing. Some half-orcs take the time to vent stress, be hooligans, and just to have as much fun as they can before they have to engage with the adult world in a sense and take on deeper responsibilities. Some go and many just become scholars and just work for the academy after they graduate. And some, rare few, become enraptured as adventurers are very commonly found within Watanli, at least more than you would expect. They're viewed as an enrichment source for their educated use, and there's a variety of students, even those from the Magambia, who attends the academies as well. That's what you learn on your outing. Cyrus, as you're kind of going around the various inns, you kind of find the same thing that Takuma does. The inns themselves are mostly dedicated to travelers. A variety of, half orcs who don't have like their own home. They spend a lot of time traveling and such, but they always manage to come back to Nine Walls to deliver goods. You find that Watanli itself has a decent sized enough market. Like anything any of the half-orcs may need are provided within the walls of Watanli. So, they don't have to traverse to the other rings, unless they necessarily want to. And adventurers make up a good number of the individuals staying here as well. You find that adventurers have a pretty easy way in on meeting some of the more reputable folks around, as long as you have a rather good reason to do so. And you could even possibly get in with the dean of their primary academy, if you have valid enough reason to do so, and he might be able to get you a sit-in with, any of them that you might be looking forward to. In fact, sometimes adventurers come here because the number of half-orcs that have sorceress abilities are pretty high in Nine Walls, and some adventuring groups scout them out. And Zexel, surprisingly, you learn information on your roll, because the figure in question is a very prominent character in Mwangi culture. Dahak, the fire dragon, was a great and terrible demigod-like dragon that, in the time after Earthfall, burnt to cinder much of the Mwangi expanse. It was the Akuje. Well, no, it wasn't the Akuje. It was the... One second here. I'm not as familiar with this name because these elves are technically extinct. The Mwalaje elves, which were the ancient predecessor to the Alage, Akuje, and the... Lore stuff. Alage, that's what it is. Right? Kuje, Alage, and... Oh, Kalajay. Whew. Lots of lore. Were the ones who fought back against a hawk. And supposedly trapped him in some sort of network of ancient elven rings that act like, teleportation devices. Not really much is known about how it actually came about or what happens, but due to Dahak's demigod-like state, it's believed that he still bears some influence over the Mwangi Expanse and has formed the cults of the Cinderclaw, which make up the odd sorts of the Mwangi Expanse. Predominantly the Charuka and Boggards, but also kobolds, as well as other small or less favored races can be found amongst the Cinderclaw cult. So that's the first day. What do you all do the next day?
I think Takuma would just scope out, probably around the main academic area, or the main school. See if she can kind of spot Bakubo, but not interact with him.
For what purpose?
Just to get a visual as to what he looks like so they know what to look for.
Okay. That necessarily... Well, okay. Yes. We can work with that. What about you, Raph? What are you doing that day?
I was gonna say awkwardly follow Takuma, but I don't know if Takuma needs my help.
I don't know, what's your perception? It might be better than mine.
9.
I have a 6.
Awkwardly follow Takuma.
Okay. What about you, Cyrus?
I still want to foray into the third ring. I'm just kind of exploring it right now. Just getting a lay of the land. Familiarizing myself with it.
That sounds good. And Zexel, what are you doing this day?
Try to find out more about the, I guess the Ukuje and their connection to any further knowledge about them and the connection to the Dragon Cult and their activities against them.
Okay. So for Takuma and Raph, Raph, you get your choice on which of these skill checks you would like to help with. You first need to gather information to see if you can find out where about Bakubo is staying. This will require either a diplomacy or society roll. Once you find his whereabouts, if you find his whereabouts, you need to follow after him without being noticed enough to observe, which will require a stealth roll.
What would you rather me help in?
Unfortunately, the only skill I have, aside from my obvious ones, I'm only trained in diplomacy. I'm not trained in society.
Trained society, expert diplomacy.
Diplomacy might be our better option then.
Okay.
How's your stealth, by the way? Because I'm not trained.
0.
Okay, I'm at a 3, so this ought to be fun.
Don't you just love that?
Yes.
All right. So it sounds like Raph is a little better at diplomacy. So Raph, why don't you make a diplomacy roll, and Takuma roll a diplomacy to aid
Okay.
DC 20.
I am so close.
It's okay. It's okay. I don't need it. Plus 11. See?
Okay. It doesn't take too long asking around. But Kubo's sort of a infamous figure. Being shown preferable treatment due to his grandfather being on the council. Bakubo is typically found either at the primary academy, in one of the prestigious, like, the kind of rooms you give to your more promising students. I don't know what to call it. The VIP room, essentially. There's several, but, you know, one of them. Can either be found there or meandering around the various academy halls, either provoking students or bringing students back to his room for activities.
Studying.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Learning that your best chance is to catch him, you know, meandering around the halls during the day. You both take your opportunity. It doesn't take too long before you come across Bakubo by description. Bakubo is a orc with slightly yellower, more skin, much longer ears than normal, and has some interesting bars, like, pierced onto his cheeks on both sides. But his most striking feature is he seems to have inherited his elven parents' eyes, as pure-blooded elves, typically, and some half-elves, do not have irises. Their eyes are just completely sclera, either in black, sometimes red, sometimes blue. His eyes are completely black, though.
That's so cool.
I'm kind of sad there's no artwork for this kind of combination. That'd be a pretty interesting look.
Yeah, I couldn't. The most I could find was like an orc with more pointy ears, but not the eyes. I can actually show you a picture of how the pure-blooded elves typically look with their eyes. Interesting lore tidbit. Mostly human half-elves rarely get the elven eye feature, but for some reason orcs inherit it more often than other races that are half-elf do.
Genetics be crazy like that.
Thank you. I got a different one I want to show though. Here you go.
Whoa.
I believe this one is an Allergy elf specifically. Though many of them do just have just pure, you know, like I guess. Anyway, as you both notice him, Takuma, since you had the higher of the stealths, you're going to be making the roll, and Raph, you can assist.
Oh god.
Come on, Nat 20.
Oh no.
You know what? Hero point.
It's still like that's still the -1, right?
Nope, it wasn't a crit fail.
Wasn't it? I thought it was a
Was
DC 20.
It was a DC 20 to assist. The Nat 1 was the one that made it a -1.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
but isn't
no.
it 10 less a
Hmm.
crit fail automatically?
I think you might be right. That's actually an interesting one.
Because it's 13 under, so
Let me look that up.
Uh-oh.
You might be right.
well, because like everything else is like 10 under counts a critical fail, so wouldn't it be the same for this check?
That's true.
It'd be weird that every other check is like that, but not an assist check.
Now, kind of glad I hero pointed that roll just in case.
Well, it'd still be a 20 even with the -1, so that's still really good. So it's a really good use of a hero point.
Okay. That's for the standard DC. In certain circumstances, in this case, they're trying to bypass his perception DC. It is not a crit fail. It's close. Not that it would really matter all too much, because Takuma's check does succeed, even with the -1. So, as you're, tailing this individual, you get close enough to get a pretty good look at him. And without overstaying your welcome, you manage to skedaddle before getting noticed. So you now have met the individual, and you know what they look like. Well, met being used very loosely. All right. Cyrus, you can make either a diplomacy check or a survival check to get the lay of the land of Atonli.
You said diplomacy or survival?
Correct.
Alright, I'll make a diplomacy check.
Okay. Watonli is not as decorated as Matakali is. There's a lot of fancy building names and general structures. You don't really find much of information this day on any relevant structures other than the ones you've already been to. All right, and Zexel. You can make either a society or a occultism roll on either how the Akuje have dealt with the Cinderclaw cultists or how the Cinderclaw have been affected by the Akuje.
Okay. They're both the same modifier, so it doesn't really matter which one I choose.
It just depends on if you want it from the Akuje's perspective or essentially the Cinderclaw's perspective.
My focus is more on the Cinderclaw.
Okay.
So is that the society or the occultism?
Occultism.
Okay, that's all right. Perfect. And oh, not bad. Not bad at all.
Okay. These Cinderclaws have had a age-long struggle with the Akuje. Predominantly of which the Akuje are always much more at home in the jungles than even those born within the bounds of the Mongi Expanse. And the Cinderclaws have been kept more or less at bay, only gaining refuge by either going into Usaro, which is the nation of Charuka, or by digging into old ruins or even cavern systems that are within the Miwangi. And the Akuje don't often pursue them underground. Okay. Third day. One more day before your good friend Gale is done. Is there anything else y'all want to do today? Or do you want to wait out the rest of the crafting?
Well, Zexel now wants to learn more about the Akuje, specifically,
Okay.
and whether they would be good allies against, which I mean, obviously they would be, but Zexel wants to learn more about them and their ways.
What about you, Cyrus?
Cyrus is gonna spend some time kind of drawing and writing down notes on the area, as well as like, recounting some of his past experiences.
So you taking the day off, or are you?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. How about Takuma and Raph?
Any more you want to gauge on Bakuba, or do we want to just try to do something else?
We still don't know what type of gifts he likes.
I don't
But
know.
we
Can
know-
we insight him after seeing him to kind of gauge if he's like someone that's extremely vain and likes stuff focused around him, or gifts and certain gifts in general?
We know he likes flattery.
Unfortunately, you were only there to get a good look at him, and that was it. You did not tail him to learn about him or anything like that, so if you'd like to do so, you'll have to tail him again.
I don't think I could trust my rolls on that one.
It's fair.
We could try looking at like whether the more popular gifts for Watani.
That might work.
Are
So-
you
Researching the most popular gifts.
I mean, you're at the academy. If you go back there, you can always ask people about Kubo specifically.
The only concern I have is if we ask around too much at the academy, word could easily get back around to him. And that might affect our chances of talking with him.
I will say that will only happen if you botch the roll.
I mean, a group of adventurers looking for a companion. Scouting out. There's ways to guide the hand, but that's me talking. Zaxel doesn't know anything that's going on.
Zexel's face nose in a book, looking at the lore of the Akuje and the Cult of the Cinderclaw.
100%. It makes sense.
Well, what do you think? Should we just go ahead and ask around then, since we've got a visual on him?
Zaxel doesn't even know Bakubo's name.
I don't see why not.
Alright, we're asking around about him.
About Bakugo, or just to get in general?
About Bakubo.
All right. Zexel will make for me a society roll to learn about the Akuje and their connections with the Cinderclaw.
Hero point.
Okay.
I'm not gonna go with a nat 1 on that one, sorry. That's better.
Okay. You learn surprisingly little for this library. Many of the mentions of the Akuje always marks them as incredibly cautious individuals. Individuals who subtly lead troublemakers astray into either, dangerous situations or places. They rarely interact with other people, and it seems that the Akuje's fight against not only demons, but the worshippers of Dahak tends to be a lot more on the reserved and cautionary side, which is in stark contrast to how the Matangi orcs tend to do things. All right. We already found out that Raph has a good diplomacy, so Raph, go ahead and make a diplomacy roll. Takuma, go ahead and make an assist roll. Okay. Unfortunately, Takuma's not so good when it comes to asking about individuals, and after a brief and somewhat embarrassing encounter with an individual who thinks you're trying to court Bakubo, it's somewhat of a distraction for the day. Despite that, Raph, asking around, you do find out Bakubo is spoiled, to say the least. The reason why Bakubo's grandfather even got on the council in the first place was Bakubo's grandfather was a very predominant trader and had many connections throughout the Mwangi expanse. Being someone who is so interconnected with people, it earned him a lot of clout, and he retired to join the council, lending to his son, who who had a brief, encounter with an Akuje, who, 9 months later found a child at their doorstep. And since then, it was found that due to Bakubo's very, very elven features and the fact that his father was known to have, consorted with an Akuje, that Bakubo was a orcish half-elf of the Akuje. which, as happens with many of the half-orcs, has placed a big burden of expectations. Bakuba hasn't taken too well to this and has gone the frat boy party route on his education. As such, Bakubo makes it a peculiar habit to blow off any shoddy, cheap-looking gifts and to carelessly either abuse or shrug off much more expensive gifts. The kind of individual who would blow their nose with $100 bills kind of thing. Despite his many, incidents, he still gets preferential treatment from the dean, and much of his antics have gone unpunished. At the very least, he does seem to like expensive gifts, if only to rub your nose in how much he doesn't need it, but that's what you find.
This is going to be troublesome.
Tell me about it, and I hope you have better luck than me. Someone thought I was trying to court him.
He loves very... He just messaged me, I'll wipe my ass with platinum coins. Broke me. He likes his very expensive stuff. Anything that looks cheap to him, he won't accept it really. And if we do get him an expensive gift, he will abuse it, won't treat it right basically, just because he has so many things. He's so spoiled. Not sure gifts are the way to go. And I'm honestly very scared for the black powder that Gale has been making, what he's gonna do with it.
I don't know. From the sounds of what we were gathering, though, and I'm talking about as a player at this point, not as Takuma, he seems more bully-ish than destructive. But that's just because he has that power to exercise.
I mean, yeah, but you give a frat boy a keg of gunpowder, they're gonna do stupid stuff with it. Especially when they know they won't face consequences.
Well, the only other option we have is flattery.
Yeah.
Because I doubt he's gonna want to go with us on an adventure. Not when he has it too good here. Though that could be something we could consider. As annoying as it might be, maybe we could offer him to come along with us. Give him a chance to have to do something new.
It would give him a break from his studies.
It would, and a break from the responsibilities. Though I don't know if he wants to risk his life out in the jungle.
It's fair.
Not unless we offer a chance for us to help us to help him locate his mother or something like that. But from the sound of it, he doesn't have too much of a desire to go looking for her.
Do we know if he's resentful towards his mother at all? I doubt that.
Unfortunately, that was not the information you were looking up.
That's fair. What I expected. I feel like we're not going to be able to get a gift good enough for him. So I don't know what to do.
I think talking's our only option. I just hoped that we're convincing enough to get him to actually help us. If not him, if his father's alive, maybe his father would know. But from the sounds of it, we were directed to Bakuba, so something might have happened.
Well, his dad's on the council, right?
Grandfather is.
Oh,
His dad was the one that hooked up with the Akuju.
Your grandfather's on the council, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, we can try talking and see where it goes.
That's our best bet at this point.
We should probably go back and tell Gale to hold off on the gunpowder.
Yeah. Well, at least he won't have to spend days in the jungle making it.
I'm not carrying that.
That's right. I'm not either. We head back.
Okay. You all meet up together on the eve of Gale's finishing of his project.
Gale, he's not gonna like the gunpowder.
You walk in and see black powder just all over the place, just like loose, just blotched all over the place. There's open flames everywhere. It's great. I'm vacuuming up the excess and emptying the vacuum bag into another horn of gunpowder.
I'm curious, how much bulk is a keg of powder?
I'm curious where you got a vacuum.
Yeah,
Don't worry
where's the
about it.
vacuum coming
You
from?
know. It's just one of those handheld ones.
I definitely think you're missing the point.
No, it's just too big, right? Vacuums are pretty easy to come across around these parts. You know how it is. I have a gun.
Yes. Surprisingly, in the real world, guns came way before vacuums did too.
Everyone knows that guns and vacuums come around at the same time.
They do have a gun that does use compressed air cartridges.
Apparently vacuums weren't invented until 1901.
Yeah.
That's
I
when the first
actually
gun
have a
came out.
vacuum- I actually have a vacuum that uses black powder instead of air. So
So it blows the ground up.
yeah, it's like how like people burn stuff to sanitize it. It's basically just tiny explosions on the bottom that's just like sanitizing the ground as you go.
Sounds safe. Anyways, I don't think he's gonna like the gunpowder. I don't even think it would be a good idea in the first place.
Do fireworks
Yeah.
exist in this world?
They do. In fact, there's a whole archetype based on them.
Okay. Can I pivot halfway through to make a couple fireworks.
You cannot.
You're stuck with it.
Is gunpowder a big component of fireworks?
It is, yes.
I look at the barrel that's like 3/4 full of gunpowder, and I look to the group and I say, "Give me a couple days. I'll fix it." And then once I'm done with the gunpowder, I want to try and make fireworks with some of it.
Well,
Carrying that through the jungle?
irritatingly enough, they don't have bulk sizes for these.
You would think a keg would have a bulk.
I mean, it's all gift. I was only gonna give this dude one of the 10 horns.
What were you gonna do with the other 9?
Gifts.
Oh. Just to random people?
No, I know a lot of people that would like some gunpowder.
Fair.
I actually think in the module I'm running it might mention the bulk of it. Let me double check.
What's the bulk of a horn of gunpowder?
It
Probably
doesn't
light.
say.
Oh.
It's infuriatingly missing that bit of information.
Why would they not expect me to go around lugging a big barrel of gunpowder everywhere? Seems like a real oversight on their part.
I mean, does it say just like a normal keg bulk?
No. Or, well, I might have a barrel.
Oh yeah, a barrel bulk.
Nope, no barrels.
Oh my god. God damn it, Paizo.
I'd say it's at least 2 bulk.
So, I'm going to say a standard horn is a light bulk.
Yeah.
Has 500 doses. A keg has 5,000. So, a keg of black powder is essentially 1 bulk.
Is that how light bulk works?
Yes.
Yes.
10 light bulk is 1 bulk. That's pretty
Yes.
wild. So it's like super easy to just lug this thing around, huh?
Relatively speaking. You can't put it in your pocket, but you can put it in your backpack.
I mean, I was just gonna break it into horns anyway. And then give them away immediately.
That's if you make the crafting check.
Here, you guys should have waited another day to show up, because now you're right here when it's about to explode. Is it time to do that now?
If you're sure you want to go through with it, yes.
I mean, I want to go through it. I want to make a bunch of gunpowder, but the way you said it just then made it sound like it's a bad idea.
Well, you're essentially mass producing black powder horns from a black powder keg. Now, technically, you can't even make a keg because its item level's higher than what you can make. But
see.
due to the ludicrousness of it, I'm going to permit the roll. I'm just only going to make the DC 5 higher.
So, do people have to be here all 4 days to help me?
No.
Hey, would you guys like to help me with this?
I'll help.
Fair warning, it's likely to explode.
That's fine.
You must be trained in crafting to help with craftsmen.
Maybe not.
Never mind. Forget that roll.
If it stops you from destroying yourself.
You also can't help him because you've been busy the last 3 days.
Ah, fair enough.
Well, guess I'm going on my own.
All
I
right.
am trained in crafting.
Yes.
You were also busy the last few days.
Oh,
No.
I did take an off day though.
You did take one off day, but that's not enough.
Damn.
The DC for this check is 21. That's not a terrible DC, honestly.
Do
For
I
being
have
thrown a
anything that
bone,
helps
that's
me
a
with
that's a
this?
pretty good get.
Yeah. Do I have anything that would help me with this?
Would what?
I don't know. Probably don't, right?
What?
With the check.
Crafting.
With the check, what check?
Check I'm
Ah,
about to make.
Would it help you with what?
I want to know if I have anything that would help me with it, but I don't think I do.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I have guidance. Is that a thing?
Guidance is not an exploration activity, so it cannot be done.
I want to flip my desk. Well, I cast no direction, and then I make a crafting check.
All right. When you're blown to bits, it'll all fly mysteriously north.
Yeah.
It'll be look like you were just smeared in one direction.
Hero point.
Oh no.
Here we go with the hero point. Here, it's coming all the way around.
Okay.
Hey, someone else got a hero point?
I have a
do.
hero point.
Do you want to spend a hero point on this? We're halfway through the session, I should mention.
No.
What else are we gonna do? Talk to some guy?
Hmm. Maybe we spend just one here, and then keep the others.
Are you sure?
I'm not spending mine. You can spend yours if you want.
This is 50
Oh,
gold
it
for
would
me.
be hilarious. Yeah, I'm gonna spend it. You failed me.
Slug.
I told you I'm not.
Slug, come on.
Nope.
Come on.
17 is what you got. You failed.
You know you want to, though.
I don't.
Why not? I've
As the
spent
one who has the
50
high-
gold on this.
As the one who has the highest diplomacy, I'm gonna have to face my way through this. With him. I'm gonna have to flatter him.
It would help if we had explosives.
No, it wouldn't. I'm not spending my hero point. The 17 is what you got.
But fireworks.
Raph and I don't want to help you.
You're the worst, and I hate everything you stand for.
That already was a thing, so nothing changed.
All right. Well, fortunately for you, you only spend 25 gold pieces, and you keep the materials, so you have 25 gold pieces worth of black powder materials. So make sure you write that down. Also, I guess it was found out in Age of Ashes, a keg is 2 bulk. So,
I think it was, but
The only offset to it is it's marked as a really awkward thing to carry because it won't fit in a bag of holding.
you know, the thing is, there are compact kegs, though.
Yeah, it's really weird.
But whatever the case, that is where we're left at. And also, unless you have the formula for crafting fireworks, you can't make fireworks.
Can I get the formula here?
Probably not. Fireworks are kind of a Tianshan kind of thing. Maybe if you go to Blood Cove Bay. So, shenanigans aside, on the eve or on the day of your 4th day of gathering information and such, unfortunately, Gale was not able to make a properly combustible set of black powder. And has to essentially scrap it for materials. And you all have to decide how you're going to proceed. Speaking of, we are a little early from the 2-hour mark. Did we want to take a quick bathroom break now while everyone thinks about what we want to do? Or do you all want to power on?
Sure.
Yes.
Yes,
Break
please.
time.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and be back, but thank you all so much for watching up until this point. We've been getting a lot of people in the comment sections, which is awesome. Really appreciate you all. And as I like to say in a lot of these live play stuff, if you want the chance to, you know, join our community, possibly game with us in the future, I always recruit first from my from the official Battle Gamer Discord. You can find that link in the description or below on Twitch, whatever your platform is. Come check us out. We got people recruiting for new games. We talk about Warhammer stuff. Heck, we even had a Pathfinder 1E question the other day. Quite interesting. Our community is growing fast, and we'd love to have you. And also, if you're enjoying this content, please subscribe and or follow to see more amazing content like this. We do Shadows That Laugh every Friday, 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And check us out tomorrow morning as we're going to have the Swashbuckler video coming out at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. Let's try to be back at about 6:13 Pacific Standard Time, 6:15 Pacific Standard Time, or, you know, whatever your time zone is. And we'll be right back. Hey, Jay Eccles, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you. All right, we're back relatively on time for once. Amazing. We're still 2 minutes late, but it's okay. That's better than usual. Always improve. So, gunpowder escapades aside, you'll have to decide now how you're going to approach Bakupo. As with the amount of time you put into it, I'm assuming this is the route you're going to take.
I'm just
Yes.
depressed.
Well, that's what happens when you try to do a rush job on a bunch of gunpowder.
Listen, mate. I wanted a bunch of gunpowder.
At least it didn't explode.
True.
Takuma just sits down on one of the chairs. Well, gifts aren't going to be an option. Because he either snuffs at it being too cheap, or he rubs it in our face because he doesn't need it if it's too expensive. Seems like talking's the only way to get to him.
No, we do know that a lot of pressure has been put on him from being the grandson of someone on the council. And so he's kind of turned away from his academics a bit to be sort of party animal be the right word, Takuma?
I believe that's the correct phrase. Seems right. Because if he isn't beating down someone with his position, he's either betting them or he's off partying.
Yeah. We're kind of hoping that trip in the jungle might sound exciting for him to come along, but jungle is dangerous.
The only downside, and I thought about this on the way back, is if something happens to him, this could greatly impact our reputation with the council if something does happen to him, if he does go with us.
It's also true. Gail, do we know about your friends on the outer wall?
I mean, I assume so.
With Gale's fanboying, I'm sure he hasn't kept quiet about it.
Yeah, definitely
Fair.
not tried to hide it at all.
Do you know if any of them would be free to come along to serve as extra protection?
We could ask. But I don't know, they seem to have some duties here.
It's fair.
And I don't have any gunpowder to gift them anymore.
Also, are we all going to go talk to him, or only a few of us going?
I mean, it wouldn't be too much of an issue if all of us went. From what we've seen, adventurers are usually there scoping out new people, so it would make sense for a party to come up looking for someone.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Bukobo has any skills for us to count him as a party member. So that may look weird.
You hear a knock at the door of, we'll say, one of your rooms.
Is anyone expecting anyone?
Not that I was aware of. Maybe it's Tani Tani? But she seemed busy.
Go up. Is there people? Those been invented yet?
Not most inns don't have peoples.
Damn.
I'll open the door.
Oh, I'm already at the door, but okay.
You're
You
taking
both
your
are fighting
time.
over the door.
I was literally just about to say I open up,
You were just
peek
taking your
out,
time, and I was like,
slams the door in my face.
No, I opened the door.
First of all, I think this is a good point. Is that okay with you, Slug?
I mean, I was about to say I opened the door.
True. We don't need to be stepping on each other's toes here, role playing, so. You can either allow him to, or you open the door before he gets a chance.
I opened the door.
Okay.
that's fine by me.
Okay. You open the door to a very scrawny looking half-orc. And he's like, oh, hey, he looks around. Word on the street is that, you're all trying to recruit Bakubo to, be an adventurer, right? His eyes look desperate and pleading.
As in a plea for help, or is this like, are you actually going to recruit him? The man's been bullying me for years kind of look.
Yeah, can I sense motive?
Sure, go ahead.
I just feel uncomfortable with this guy already.
I'd like to sense motive as well.
I'd also like to sense motive.
Okay, go ahead. Everyone who wants to, feel free.
I don't. I'm too depressed about the gunpowder. Too uncomfortable with how this guy said that.
Oh, Cyrus.
Oh, I'm looking at this man intently.
All right. He appears desperate to most. Cyrus, you notice that there is a tiredness to him. It seems that if you were all to recruit Bakubo, it would take a lot off this half-orc's mind and shoulders.
Is Not trying to have him join our party, just for an expedition.
His eyes become downcast for just the briefest of moments before he pops up with a renewed sense of vigor. Oh, okay. I can help you recruit him, I think.
How so?
Well, he looks around. Can I come in? He wrings his hands nervously.
Just look to everyone in the room.
Takuma gets off her chair for him to sit on.
Step out of the way and let him in.
Okay, he nods and kind of shimmies into the room a little bit, looking around nervously.
You're safe here. You can sit down.
I prefer to stand.
Would you like something to drink?
Water?
Sure. Get him some water.
I watch our valuables.
He looks out the door both ways and closes it.
Are you worried you were followed?
No, I'm more worried of, this, getting back to Bakubo. He looks at you all. It's awkward for a moment of silence. Right, so, right, how can I help? I can help, there's no one who knows Kubo as well as I do. He swallows.
Who are you to him?
Yeah, exactly. Who am I to him anymore?
Well,
He takes a very long, drawn-out drink of water.
Well, why don't we slow down and start out with introductions?
Right, sorry.
She's saying it more to him because the man's obviously on nerves on a fine point.
Oh, sorry. They call me Taggle Grimtooth.
Nice to meet you, Taggle. I'm Takuma.
I'm Raph.
I'm Cyrus, and I get a handshake him.
Oh, he nervously returns the handshake.
While Cyrus is doing that, can I watch to see if he flinches in any way?
Well, more exactly, what are you trying to...
She's just watching his actions to see how he responds because he seems so nervous. Trying to gauge him based off of his actions. Pretty much, I'm just inciting him pretty much. Just visually watching his movements as I'm inciting.
You have to insight with a sense of intent.
Okay.
So what is the intent?
Then we'll just not incite him at all. Just describing her action. She's just watching his movement cautiously since he seems nervous.
Okay. He does somewhat react, kind of taking a half step back. Mostly, it's hard to tell whether it's anything more than just social awkwardness. But he says, so right, back in the day, me and Bakubo were friends, so I thought his posture becoming more submissive and somewhat somber. But then he just let his position go to his head, and now he just doesn't care about anyone but himself. It's always about just having fun and getting back at the world, and he just likes to take it out on those closest to him, which includes me. He nervously moistens his lips. You can see they're awfully chapped. He probably has developed a bad habit of chewing on his lips when he's nervous. But I do know something, and if you all can get him out of here, then maybe things will get better. He seems unsure about himself.
We'll try our best to persuade him to come with us, but the decision is ultimately up to him.
You're gonna fail. If you leave it up to him, he's just gonna lead you by the nose until he thinks it'll be funny enough to drop you off. That's just the kind of guy he is.
Well, what should I do?
You see, most of us at Watanli don't really like to mess with him because, you know, his grandfather's on the council and all that. And the dean, he has his, you know, favor, and no one wants to mess up their future, you know. Me included. But this has left him to be very arrogant and very spoiled in a way. He doesn't like it when people like challenge him, but worse yet, he doesn't like it when people challenge him at being petty. If you all can prove yourselves to be pettier than he is, he will become obsessed with outdoing you and won't let it go until he gets a one-up on you. If he's determined at anything, it's being the biggest asshole he can be. Sorry, that was inappropriate.
Right,
No.
alright.
You're in a good place to vent. We're a neutral ground.
Well, anyway, yeah, that's what I would do.
Okay. So, from the sounds of it, he's also extremely prideful, so I'm guessing any kind of blow to his pride would get his attention.
Not really. He's kind of a nihilist.
Nihilist or narcissist? Out of character?
Narcissists. They're both N-words. I guess he's kind of nihilistic too. No. Actually, I think nihilist is the more appropriate word. 1 second.
Nihilist is a person who believes that life is meaningless and rejects all religious and moral principles.
Yes, nihilist was the appropriate word.
Oh, okay.
He goes around and he treats people like garbage, and he throws everything away because he thinks he is garbage himself. He feels like he's worthless. And so he just projects that onto everything else. So it's not about his pride as much as just I don't know how people would say it. If you get his goat, is that what people say?
I believe that's the correct phrasing.
He has a goat?
What?
I've never heard of this.
He doesn't
I'm
seem like the
sorry.
kind of guy who would have pets.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know the vernacular. If you become more annoying than him, if you become a worse version of what he sees himself as, he can't stand it. Normally, he keeps his trashiness to just using and losing people. But one time, there was another spoiled half-orc who went to the academy as well. His dad was popular, you know. He acted like an asshole. Sorry again. And he went up and actually stood up to Bakubo. And Bakubo became something different. He became like a monster. He did such horrible things to that half-orc. He ended up leaving the academy after what Bakubo did to him.
And you want us to do the same thing?
No, but see, the thing is you all don't have to worry about the consequences of the council. I mean, don't kill the guy, obviously. But, like, you don't have the same kind of rep here. Or at least, I don't think so. I'm sorry if you actually do. I just, you know.
I have a pretty good reputation here, and I like it.
We're about to take Bakubo on a mission that was given to us by the council. That's what we're planning to do.
Look, it doesn't matter if you do something as long as it gets it to work, right? You can just explain to them later that you had to get him to help out, or whatever you need him to do. Look, he makes... Sorry, go ahead.
Got that.
He makes my life miserable. And right now, I can't sleep knowing that he's just going around just being such a garbage person.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. The more I hear about this dude, I think the less I think we should go adventuring with it.
Looks over at Taggle. You said you knew him. Did you know him after he came to the city, or did you know him growing up?
Well, they're kind of the same thing, really. Right. Ever since he's been grown up, he's been either at the academy or attended to by some nurse. His dad works a lot, always traveling and visiting, far off places.
Random question. Do you know how he feels about his mother?
Yeah, I do. She's the reason why he's like this. He thinks she threw him out. That's why he thinks he's garbage. That's why he treats everyone like that. No matter how much people dote over him, no matter how much his dad works hard to make sure he has a good life, no matter, he doesn't know what he has in front of him. All he's obsessed about is some person he's never met before, and then everyone else has to suffer for it. If he's got mom problems, he can keep it to himself.
Alright. Well, I don't have any more questions, do you? Looks to the others.
I don't.
I think it's pretty clear now.
I think we've learned enough to make a decision.
Thank you, Tackle.
Yeah, well, just get rid of him. Thank you for the water. He turns.
Like, kill him?
No, I said as much. Just, make sure he's not here.
Okay. Is there any place we can find you if we have any more questions?
No, I think it's best that you don't come looking for me. I don't want him to know. I think he'll just take it out on me if he finds out.
Actually, I did have one last question. If you know that we were asking around, do you think he knows?
Probably, if he even cares.
Okay.
I'm sure he thinks the whole world wants to meet him, only to turn around and feel like everyone's about to betray him.
Fair. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you for the water. He turns and leaves.
And
No
we
problem.
appreciate your help.
Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you. He leaves seemingly emotionally exhausted.
Gale?
I'm gonna be honest. We're supposed to be taking this guy to help us interact with the elves. He doesn't seem like he'd be a very good diplomat.
No, but we would have a reason for visiting the Akuje.
Help find his mom. Could also be a reason to I think we bring up mention to him. See if he wants to go find her. Though I doubt he would have the best intentions for that.
And it could be part of us proving ourselves to be a Akuje. Prove that we're actually worth talking to so we can get the chance.
I agree with Gale. I don't want to adventure with him. I think it is the best option to.
If anything, there might be some good that comes out of it. traveling the jungle is a very humbling experience. It might knock him down a few pegs, hopefully.
If that happens, he might just end up feeling more like garbage, though.
Or we could boost his confidence in himself.
It's fair.
I say we bring him with us.
Yeah, I think we don't want to knock him down a peg, right? I think that would just take his inferiority complex like up to the max, right?
It's going to depend on how he reacts to that one. But we have an offer to bring him along, as we're looking to locate, and we were told that maybe a specific Ikuje woman was there. Maybe that would pique his interest. The problem is we don't know his mother's name, and his father's probably out traveling by now.
I don't feel comfortable lying to him about that.
Would he know his mother's name?
Honestly, don't know. From the sounds of it, he hasn't had too many interactions with his father.
Would the information be in any of the texts nearby, or?
Actually, that is a good question. Do the Matanji keep records of their connections with specific tribes or people in general?
It is a hard question to ask. You're not overly familiar with the Matanji's bureaucracy, as it were. You're not 100%, honestly.
Well, either way, we can just say we're going on a venture to go speak with the Akuje elves, and we would love to have him as a companion.
Gets him away from studies.
Away from the responsibilities on his shoulders.
Yeah.
We just gotta word it. Talk a million sec, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not that petty.
Not either. I don't know if I don't think we should listen to Taggle in that respect.
No, but it is something to keep in mind. Something tells me it wouldn't be too hard to piss him off.
I don't know if I want to piss him off. The kid's already dealing with a lot.
I don't know. What do the rest of you think?
I think we should take him with us, at least. Doesn't matter if we're fudging the line a little bit, but maybe we'll humble him a little bit. Maybe teach him what life is like outside the walls.
I mean, who knows? This might make him feel like less of trash because he's needed for something.
So the question is, do we approach him personally, or do we try to go through the dean?
What would going to the dean do?
Because he has the connection to the dean. If we wanted an audience, we could ask him. Sebakuba would meet us instead of trying to track him down.
If we went to the dean, would that make him more likely to say yes? Because it would make him probably feel important.
That's fair.
You okay with this plan, Gail?
I trust you guys on this one. You guys seem to know more about this than me, and I'm honestly I'm a bit out of it from breathing in charcoal dust, saltpeter, and sulfur for the past few days.
You know
Do
that's
you need to
not
go to the?
healthy.
You need to go to the hospital.
No, this happens sometimes. You just gotta sort of push through it.
Not sure that's good for you.
Isn't that right, Bobo? And I look like right to where there's absolutely nothing.
Maybe we should take him to the hospital.
I think he's breathed a little too much dust.
Maybe Bobo's the name of the goat.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, can I just do like a general medicine check to see if he's okay? I have healer's tools. That's the only thing I would have on me. I don't think that would help here.
I mean, unfortunately, cancer treatments are still quite a ways off, so you're just gonna have to find an inventor that can give him, those talking bugs, so he can talk like this all the time.
It's
That dark subject aside. All right, so what's the plan?
go to Dean, request an audience. Should we? Would it be private if we asked? Like just get a say one-on-one, but be group on one.
We should be fine to request an audience with him. A private one.
Yeah. The private audience with him through the D.
Okay. All right. So, that day or the next day?
This day?
Yeah,
How late
probably.
is it?
It's not that late.
This day.
Okay. Y'all head out. Heading to the primary academy of Watanli. It takes no major effort, especially if you say you're on work on behalf of the council, to get a meeting with the dean. As you're escorted up to the dean's office by a young clerk, the doors open up, and there, sitting behind a pretty nice desk, is a more elderly orc with a nice, long, little wispy gray beard. Very thick, fuzzy gray eyebrows. He acknowledges as you all come in. Oh, how can I help you today? You said you're here on behalf of the council, correct?
Yes. We were actually hoping to speak with Bakubo.
I see his granddad is getting concerned on his behalf, is he? I've let him know on many reports that Bakubo is fine. He's just venting some upheld stress. You know how it is with young ones. He looks at you all and...
Nothing to do with that, sir. Promise you.
Then what do you need with the boy?
We wish
We've
to
heard
take
of
him.
his skills.
Go.
And we would like to. No, you.
Raph, go ahead. You're speaking first.
Okay. We've been requested by the council to seek out the Akuje and see if we can establish sort of friendly relations between. And why is my mind blanking now? Between the Akuje
And the Matanji.
Matanji, thank you.
Ah, I see. He pulls at his beard, mumbling to himself somewhat. That's his plan, is it? What if I told you that there was another way to get in contact with the Akuje? Would you still need to bring poor young Bakubo along with you?
Depends what it is.
Well, I do have this artifact. He goes over to like a pedestal, and in a glass case he pulls out what appears to be a tablet of sort, though on it engraved appears to be many vines and pictographs depicting elves in some form of prayer or ritual. Unfortunately, the tablet doesn't contain much more than a handful of elves kind of in a praying or dancing motion. I think this will be worth a curiosity.
Would Zexel have any knowledge about this with my magical affinity and just reading up on the Akuje?
Yes. Though you'll need to make a recall knowledge with religion.
Okay.
Just Sexel?
I'd say just Zexel in this situation, yeah.
Sure.
I did
And
specifically spend all day researching them.
that's
I know, but I'm
pretty much why.
just making sure.
24, I'll take it.
That's a good roll. Yes, you've seen a similar image before, written into a book on a set of ruins that is believed to be within, Akuje territory. This seems to be a part of an image that depicts how the Akuje trapped Dahak. In fact, looking at it now, you assume that the book was written with this tablet in mind, and whoever wrote the book made some extrapolations based on what the image showed, which mostly just showed a mirrored image of two sets of three Akuje doing some kind of ritual with a dragon surrounded by a ring, being imprisoned by it.
Okay, good to know. So
yeah,
Is
you
it-
can almost validate for them
Yeah.
that this is a very pertinent artifact. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. I was basically just gonna say the same thing you just said. So.
Do the Akuje know that you have this artifact?
Specifically, I doubt it. But during our many joint efforts in the past, it's hard to say whether this was given to us or whether it was taken from one of their runes. Unfortunately, I've only inherited it as the dean of this school. I was told by my predecessor, as he was to his, that this item is very important and could, well, one day help prevent catastrophe. I'm sure you're all wondering why I would offer such a thing in exchange for some haughty young half-orc who's going through some parental issues.
Yes, I was actually about to ask that.
Bakubo's a bright boy. Has a lot of potential. As a warrior, a scholar, whatever he set his mind to. When he first arrived and was going through his schooling, he was very prodigious, very smart, talented even. Whatever this psychological damage he's suffered is, it's something that he's manifested himself. Demons like that can't be slain by another person's sword. It's something he has to conquer himself. Being forced into conflict with it will only cause more damage. I keep telling his grandfather this, but he never seems to listen. It's just a part of who we are, I suppose. We place so much pressure on our youths. It's because we can so vividly see that potential. Especially with how we, the Matangi, came to the Mwangi Expanse in the first place. Nothing more than cavern troglodytes. I've heard stories of orcs from other regions, and if it wasn't for the demonic threat here in the Mwangi Expanse, I'm sure we would have ended up the same. It was just by chance that we managed to find a foe that could keep us so, well, focused, and even require us to associate and group with other members who live in the Expanse. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise. In any case, I'm sorry, you don't need to listen to this old man's ponderings. And strokes his beard. Look, I just want to look out for the boy. I admit I have a bias being his godfather and all, but still. I'm also an educator, and I've seen many troubled orcs come through these halls and leave much better for it.
Are you certain it'll work for him, though? Everyone's different. Maybe some time outside the walls would give him time to clear his head and process everything, rather than being surrounded by reminders constantly.
I don't know. I'm just doing what I can to try to protect him. That's it. If you're all earnest on taking him with you, then, well, far be it from me to stop you, I suppose. But I think it's best that he just be left to deal with his own issues, and I can offer this instead.
Can you give us the tablet still gripped as an audience with Bakubo?
No. You either get the tablets or you speak to Bakubo, not both. He looks at you with a very keen eye. You can definitely tell that he's used to dealing with individuals and may have even been a merchant in the past.
Then what's the harm of giving us the audience? If he refuses, we can still come back to you, correct?
No. The tablet is so you leave the boy alone. That's the deal.
If the tablet is originally of the Yakuje, isn't it only proper that it goes back to them?
It's hard to say. I don't know if it was given to us as a gift or not. I don't
On top
think
of that,
that's...
even if we... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Even if we did take Bakubo with us, who's to say that they will even accept them without something like the tablet to bring us into their good graces?
Look, it's one or the other. No bargains.
Could you give us a few moments to talk amongst ourselves while we make our decision?
Course.
Thank you.
He gets up. He goes and he sets the tablet aside back in its case. And he warily walks out through the front door. He's like, I'll give you, 10 minutes. Sound fair?
Very fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
He nods and walks out the door.
Zexel's gonna immediately go to the tablet and start making like an etching of it on my in my notebook.
Okay. It really isn't much different than what you saw in the book. If anything, the book actually just took what was there and then added on to it, so.
So, do we take the tablet, or we try to go for Bakubo?
Well, it seems our best choice is the tablet. Even if we get an audience with Bakubo, we lose the tablet automatically, but nothing says that he's going to agree to go with us. So we're taking a gamble.
We're taking a gamble with the tablet, too. Because if this was a gift from the Akuje, to return it is not the best of favors.
Perhaps, but if it's been so long that they've forgotten whether it was a gift or not, then who knows, perhaps they might want to see it returned.
Something, and this is just as a point of reference, elves live a very long time.
Yeah.
And have a very keen memory. There's a distinct possibility that the elf who gave this to them could still be alive. Or just one generation off of the elves who are here. So, just as a world reference, so you're not thrown aside by, that possibility. Your statement is not wrong. It's just, I wanted to give a little insight.
Well, that's all fair and good, but even still, we have no way of knowing, so... If nothing else, if it was a gift, then it would show that we are truly from the Matanji, and therefore would make our connection have validation.
I think it would probably be better for us to take the tablet, but it might be better for the dude we're supposed to bring along to bring him, as well as society in general, I guess, to try and help him out reforming his actions.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Gale. My thoughts exactly.
Yes, but we have no idea if that's actually what's good for this person or not. Maybe then they still might not agree to go.
True. But what
Yeah,
about the
it's
four
definitely
orcs?
more of a risk.
Plus,
but
it
what
sounds
about-
like he's someone we don't. Sorry.
Plus, what about the others that are like Taggle? Taggle's only one that has come forward from Bukubo's endeavors. Who knows how many more were affected?
And is that really our place to step in, though?
Taggle approached us for help.
Was the elder we were talking to his grandfather, or was it a different elder?
This is the dean of the academy. and
No,
his-
like the one who gave us the question and told us to take him along.
Yes, he was
Spoke to the
one
council.
of the elders that were a part of the council.
Okay. So, if the elder is telling us we should take him along, he might also want us to do something about him.
It's true. The dean did mention something about schemes.
I assume there's more than one Akuje Matanji half orc, but they specifically chose this one.
I don't know. From the way they voiced it, they made it sound like he's one of extremely rare few, given the relationship between the Matanji and the Kuje. I personally feel like it might be better to take him along. If all else fails, he has all of us to watch over him.
Anybody have anything else to say? I think we should vote on it.
I still have a very firm belief that we should take him with us, even with the tablet in play.
Without voting, it just sounds like a 4-on-1.
I will say, the jungle is not a forgiving place, so going out of our way to take a liability like him into the jungle might put us in unnecessary danger.
The grandfather was the one that made the suggestion. All we can do is make sure he's got plenty of armor and stuff to keep him afloat.
It's
Well,
true.
it seems like he has enough strength, but if he won't cooperate or tries playing tricks or whatever while we're trying to travel through the jungle, it might be very bad for us.
It is true. He might just decide after we leave the walls of the city to just break free from us.
That's basically suicide right there.
If he does, he won't survive long.
Perhaps
doubt it,
so.
But we might not either.
With
True, but we have strength in numbers in comparison.
Sorry, go ahead, Zexel.
I was like, Taggle said that he had so little value of himself, he might not value his life that much. If he's out in the jungle, he might truly decide just to abandon us and leave.
This could give him purpose.
I think what we have to decide is whether we're willing to risk all of our lives to help him become a better person. If we can even do that.
It's not like we haven't risked our lives before.
But usually we risk it for more grand purposes.
Yes, our mission is to meet with the Akuje. They even told us if we had another way to contact them, then we could take that instead. So
True.
we have an opportunity here to potentially have less of a liability. Besides, it sounds like he has no actual connection with the Akuje besides blood. Never really been there, so who's to say they will even take any interest whatsoever?
True, but it may give him some closure. Rather than just sitting and stewing on what might be the answer, he would get his answer.
Or bring up more problems. If he has this many issues, what if he's rude to the Akuje? What if he ruins our chances of a connection?
If I'm being
Because of his-
perfectly honest,
his-
I'm leaning towards not involving him.
It just seems like putting a lot of liabilities is stacked against us.
It does seem like too much of a risk.
True, but if we can improve him, think of how much better it would strengthen the connection. If all else fails, the dean did say he's a bright boy. If we can at least straighten him out, he would be a benefit to the Matanji.
If we
I've
don't
never-
do any, if we don't do anything, he's gonna get worse or he's gonna stay the same. I doubt he's gonna get better.
It sounds like the dean wants to help him.
By leaving him to his own devices.
Dean's not helping them.
How old? Do we know how old this dude is?
Not exactly, but you get the impression that he's somewhere in either his late teens or early 20s.
Yeah, so like, he's in his self-discovery phase right now, I think.
What?
He's in his self-discovery phase. I
don't
feel
know
like
what that is.
even if we just leave him here, in a few years or so, he'll eventually realize that what he's doing is stupid and harmful to everyone.
Well, let's
Will
see.
he, though?
I mean, the dean has far more interaction with him than we ever have, and he's experienced with helping nurture young minds. If he says he doesn't think that it's an appropriate thing for him, then perhaps he's not too far off the money.
I trust the dean's judgment on this far more than mine, as I've never reformed anyone before out of my own free will.
Well, if we do go with the tablet, then maybe we can bring up the stresses of the other students to the dean and see if he can make an adjustment, or at least talk to Bakuba on that behalf. But that could make the situation worse as well.
I really doubt the dean doesn't already know. Seems like he's just kind of smoothing things over, hoping it'll, as long as it doesn't go too far, will reconcile itself.
That's not really helping. Based on that alone, I don't trust the dean's judgment.
I'm still going to lean more towards the vote for Bakugo to come with us.
Okay.
It
You
sounds like a
will-
3-2.
Well, yeah. Well, let's make it official, shall we? If everyone feels like they've adequately said their word, you will discuss a little bit longer before you decide to put it to a full vote. Ref, what's your vote? Take Bakubo or the tablet?
Kubo.
Takuma.
Take Bakubo.
Zexel.
Take the tablet.
Cyrus.
I think we should take Bakuba.
Kale.
I think the tablet, but if the majority wants to take Bakubo, I am not against it to the point where I will be upset about it.
Okay. You all, as a group, decide that taking Bakuba, while not in everyone's best interest, is at least the interest of the group. After a time, the dean comes in. He says, "So, have you all made your decision?"
We have. We would like the audience with Makuba.
All right. When would you like this meeting to happen?
As soon as possible.
Okay. I can go and retrieve him. I don't believe he's doing anything of too much worth. If you all don't mind waiting a little longer.
Not at all. Thank you very much.
All right. Oh, if you do change your mind, he says as he kind of like spins around, you can just let me know when I bring him in. We don't have to mention a thing as he shuffles out the door.
Can I do what is it, sense motive on this dude? He's seeming
Sure.
awfully sus to me now. What is that, perception?
Perception.
Yeah.
He's pushing very hard for Bakuba not to go.
Do I use my hero point on this?
Or you can just also sense motive.
Well,
I think it's Raph doesn't.
that depends. Does Gale want to use a hero point on this?
I mean, he seemed like he just had like an opinion about it earlier, but now he seems like he has some ulterior motive. I'm not trusting it.
All right,
I
so
think it would not be bad to use a hero point, but you were also saving it for when we talk to Mikubo.
True. Group, what do you think?
Suzanne ran off, unfortunately.
All set.
The one thing I will say is it did seem like Gale was starting to become suspicious already and was already sort of leading towards Tablet, kind of, and was in the fence, so would probably be really interested to know the motive. So, seems like you'd probably use the hero point personally, but
Saves.
If the tablet's so important, I don't know why, like how he's acted, why Bakubo going is so, like why he would push so hard for him not to go.
Take the hero point.
Give me another nat 1.
Fuck up.
No.
Okay.
Yes, let's go.
The dean definitely seems like he doesn't want you to take Bakubo no matter what, but he's not being so obstinate that he's preventing you from doing so. More than likely the situation, he's just an old man who is very protective of someone he considers family, and taking said child into the jungle, especially in a period of time where they're very unsure of themselves and trying to figure themselves out. Probably he's just being overprotective. Also, you gather that he was probably a merchant before, and he is doing everything in his power to make you all take the much easier, more reasonable option. He's a crafty old man, is more or less what I'm saying.
Now I feel like we could probably just use that against him. To like take Bakubo and also have him help us.
I used a hero point for that.
Well-
Yeah, now we know we can manipulate him.
You have a feeling that the way the old man is, he's pretty tough on the deal. It wouldn't be a actual deal if he let you walk away with both in the end.
Yeah. Some form of support, though. Maybe. At least now we know he's not being weird about it.
No, he's just a very overprotective godfather, and probably the one who ended up raising Bakubo more than even his own father did. Lore. Anyway, after some time, you're all kind of waiting around anxiously. And
As we're waiting,
sure.
how do we start this conversation?
I feel like just get straight to the point, but in a way that takes advantage of his weakness.
Sounds bad.
Sounds brutal.
Something like, "Hey, wanna like do something with your life so no one's disappointed in you?"
It also seems like the dean's probably going to hover over this conversation.
Dean does
as
seem
much
like
as
a
possible.
hoverer.
So we have to be a little bit cautious in what we say. If we
Yeah,
step too far, he might interject.
Yeah, I want you to look me in the eyes and tell me that that is something I would say.
Say something along the lines of, just mention how we know everyone has such high expectations for him and how scary that is, and coming with us out into the jungle can help him find himself to, like, either make a name for himself to live up to expectations, or just find out what he wants to do with himself, regardless of expectations.
That sounds better. However, we do know that, well, I mean, I did ask for this to be private, and you can always just ask for privacy if he doesn't leave.
Do you think he's the kind of guy who would make comments under his breath, sorta, to discourage Makubo from coming with us?
If he sticks around, we'll ask for privacy.
I think it would be better if he wasn't here.
Yes. Okay. Ready as I'll ever be.
I guess so. Or you could just tell him the truth and that we're using him to get to the Yakuje.
I don't know if that's... At this point, I don't know if that's the truth for me.
Pretty much the main reason we came here.
Yeah, but my reasons have changed now. Like I said earlier, I want to pick the tablet. But I feel it's better for him if we don't.
Well, I'll let you run it, because I still don't agree with this choice. It still feels like we're just using him when we could have used an object instead. We're
I
not,
mean, with how he
we're
feels
not
about himself.
therapists.
With how he feels about himself, he might see himself as an object already.
Isn't using him then even worse?
Depends on how you look at it. We can only hope that he makes the decision to come along.
Before too long, the door is open. And Makubo walks into the room, looking at you all, seemingly a little bit on guard. The dean just pokes his head in. He's just like, I'll give you all some privacy, though, Makubo boy, if you find this is becoming too hard, please let me know.
Thank you, Dean.
Of course. And he slowly recedes out the door.
Is it Bakubo or Buk?
Bakubo. Bokubo. It's in the game notes.
Good afternoon, Bakubo.
Sorry, what was that?
Good afternoon, Bakubo.
Yes. So, I've been led to believe that you're all here to do some... What is it? Social connecting with the Akuje. And I'm supposed to be the one to be your source in, be the one to bring you into the treetops with their, dandy folk or whatever. He seems very aloof and very blasé.
Yeah.
What, just because I have elf blood in me, you think that's gonna be enough? The council's getting so pathetic. I can't believe that they would hire a bunch of people like you all. Ugh.
I look over at Raph, just waiting in case Raph needs some assistance.
The IRL needs assistance.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know that it's an option for you to get my assistance if you need it. But if other than that, I'm letting you do your thing.
We can always also, if we don't want to, or we don't feel like we can roleplay this out, we can always just request to do the diplomacy roll.
It's true.
There's no need for everyone to get super stressed out playing a tabletop game. I know social situations, especially more confrontational ones, can be a lot for some people.
Honestly, it does seem a little desperate. Don't you think it would be nice? A break. Go out into the jungle is dangerous, but still have fun in the jungle.
A break. Sorry, was someone gonna talk? Okay. Heard some mic overlap there, so. Anyway. A break from what? My vacation? I've been on vacation for years now, getting everything I want. All the beautiful ladies, all the wonderful gifts, people trying to get on my good side. I'm sorry, but a break. If anyone needs a break, it's all those losers who can't handle my presence.
I'm gonna have to go down the diplomacy roll thing. I can't.
I would like to assist with it.
Okay. As far as actually getting Bakuba on y'all's side, does anyone actually want to speak up and attempt verbally before we just default to a roll? Which I have no problem with, but I do want to give everyone a chance to roleplay if they so desire.
If I do that, do I have to make the roll?
No.
Okay.
And anything Zexel would say would be harsh and confrontational.
Yeah, I just say, like, don't think you're our only option, right? Like, we're here to try and assist you in getting away from the weight of expectations, but if you're fine with dealing with all that, then go ahead. We have other options to get there. Like,
you
this
hurt
is as
my feelings.
unconfrontational I can be without
That's fair. He's gonna be an asshole in return, though. He says, "Oh, you hurt my feelings. You act like you know me, like I need a break, and then you want to play it off like you got a better deal. I'm the son of a merchant, you evil adventurers. You don't know how to make a deal. I can see it in your eyes. You're pathetic."
Oh my god. I think I could put my gun, like, just out of reach.
If not, I'm sure Raph or Taku would like, no, move that to the side, kick it out of the way, something.
Anyone else want to try? All right. So,
Actually,
Okay.
I think
sorry, what's
I
up?
kind of did, but like I don't know how to go about it.
My next option was shoot something in this room and then be like, I have a fucking boomstick. What, like, you can't talk down to me. I'm cooler than you.
Let's not do that route. The dean will just pull us immediately.
I might just end up insulting him. So
It wiped out. Funny.
Oh, perfect. Everyone hates him already. Mwah. All right.
don't make the DC for this check like 5. No.
I make a face to everyone like, you guys really want this guy to come on a journey with us?
I
Alright.
lost my train of thought. Other kid.
Zexel's just looking towards Raph and just like shaking head, like you wanted this.
Cyrus is very disappointed. He's probably leaning against the wall, but looking down. He's so very disappointed. He had better hopes.
I look at the tablet in sadness.
Yeah, Zexel's just off the corner, just laughing about this because this is just not going well at all.
Maybe we should just ignore him.
I'm just gonna laugh, and I'm just gonna keep, doing the etching, trying to make it as good as possible.
I want to go mean, but it's not in Raph's character to go mean. Don't want anything then. I don't have time right now to decide something.
Okay.
Sorry.
Let's go ahead. Sorry, what?
No, my mom came in again.
Ah.
I want to go mean, but it's not in Raph's character. I don't do. I
The
honestly
longer
wouldn't-
you wait to make this diplomacy roll, the more likely it is for me to say something mean to this dude.
Honestly, I'm not pathetic. Can you do this? Summon Qualnem.
Ooh, magic. Oh man, if only I had gone to a school full of a bunch of sorcerers.
Not magic, actually.
It's magic.
Is
Even
it
I
appeared
know
I appeared 6 months ago. After the giant meteor shower.
Wow,
with him.
you sound so special.
Wait, are you magic?
What?
No, I mean, he raises a good... I don't like him, but he raises a good point. Like, are you magic?
Wait
This talk just did a 180 on us.
wait a second. Asteroid.
You're not
He's
here
been
for
missing
that?
for a few sessions, so he
I've
may.
been
yeah.
there for like 3 sessions.
I appeared after a meteor shower 6 months ago. It was like a giant, unexpected meteor shower, now nicknamed the Night of Falling Stars. I woke up in a hole or a crater outside of a Matangi? No, a Gambian village. They took for me, carried me. Now I go around spreading, doing good stuff.
So, like, are you sure you're not made of magic?
We can talk about this later.
Anyway, I have a stick that explodes. What are you?
What do you mean? What am I? You're trying to bring me along. You tell me.
I don't know. We were told you would be fine. I have no idea what you do. I don't know
I'm
what
sorry I didn't live up to your
worth is.
expectations then. Ah, poor adventures.
No, you lived right up to my expectations, okay?
Oh, did
This
I?
is exactly
Really?
what I expected.
Exactly, huh?
Gale, please stop.
I grabbed my hand that was reaching for the gun.
I'm gonna make the diplomacy check. I can't do this. I'm doing it. I don't care. I'm committing to it.
What is? Didn't when we talked to the dude before, didn't he say that Bakuba doesn't have much like to live for necessarily? Like he doesn't value.
Yeah, he sees himself as trash, and he takes it out on everyone else to make them feel like trash.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, I mean, I guess we could strike on that a little bit. If not, let's just do the diplomacy roll. I'll try
No one
something.
wants to say anything else. I make diplomacy roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna say go for it, because if I do it, I'm just gonna demean him, and that's only gonna make it worse.
Yeah, just go for it.
I mean, honestly, he deserves it.
All right. We're gonna do this
Oh.
this in a slightly different way than usual.
God damn it.
We're gonna do a newer form of social combat, as it were. When creating your argument to get him to actually come along with you, you need to find out like his aim in the conversation, right? So go ahead and roll for me a perception check. This will be against his deception DC.
Just one of us?
Anyone else can aid.
I'll aid.
Because oh my, like Graf is the one kind of leading this.
Yes.
Indeed.
So that's gonna be a +1.
Oh, didn't you re-roll it?
Oh, I apologize. That's actually a crit. That's gonna be a +2. You do not need to re-roll now.
Okay. 22.
22. So he's just fucking with you all. Like, it's definitely with some malintent, but he's not taking this conversation seriously. It's at this point that you have to think, all right, what does he actually want?
Do I just
Hey kid, I heard you've never met your mom.
say fuck it?
Name drop the
We
mom.
reveal we know his insecurities, but don't mention Taggle's name.
Well, I mean, that's not necessarily how to go. Also, we're already making the rolls, so we're already in the social combat situation here. You make a perception check. You found out that he's just messing with you. It's his turn.
Oh, turn-based.
Okay.
Yes. He is going to try to knock you off balance by insulting you.
What's this against?
This will be against your will DC.
19, let's go. Get
Fail.
fucked.
His provocation doesn't bother you. All right, it's your turn now. You know his general attitude in the conversation. Now you gotta form an argument. You can get him to reveal it himself using deception. You can attempt to make a connection with him using diplomacy. Or you can pull out some other kind of information on him using a lore or a recall knowledge check of your choice.
Would it require any check to say, I know your insecurities, and then just reveal them?
If you want to break him down and demoralize him, that will actually be intimidation.
I can assist with diplomacy.
I can also assist with diplomacy.
Kent, a question to you directly.
Sure.
Would it be in Raph's character to do the intimidation way?
Your character play choices are not mine to make.
I know, but there is, what I know about her that no one else knows.
Right. It's your choice how far along she's progressed on that path is, and whether that's justifiable at this time. I'm never going to tell my players how to play their character, though.
That's fair. Diplomacy it is.
Hey Cyrus, what's your diplomacy?
+7.
You should probably go. I have a 6.
I have an 11.
You're the one rolling aiding you.
Oh,
Yeah,
but
you're figuring out who's aiding.
can't multiple people aid?
Multiple people can try, yeah.
We can both roll.
Okay.
But if one botches, it negates the other one's success, typically. So,
True.
Well, hopefully I don't botch it.
Hey! Hey!
nice. All right. This will be against his will DC, and that is a crit success. So, +2.
1.
21. Okay. You make a solid point. You try connecting to him, and you let him know that he's free to be the little shit that he is, but it's obvious he's not happy with himself. And you guys can offer him at least something different to try. If anything, to help numb the pain a little bit more. That's one success. He is going to become obstinate. He's going to increase the DCs you need by +2 for this round. You can try to connect with him some more, make another diplomacy check. This will have a slightly higher DC. You could attempt to demoralize him with intimidation to make the next check easier. Throw him off balance. You could chastise him using subvertive language. You can use deception to distract him from his point to allow you to stab it in, essentially preventing him from acting for the next round. And also reducing his DCs by -2. Or you can reveal some information to him that you have that may sway his opinion. This is similar to the diplomacy check. Granted, it's recall knowledge, and it won't have the increased penalty.
What kind of recall knowledge will it be?
It depends on what information you have.
Do you have any useful information? Other than his insecurities? I mean, you know nothing about his mother.
No, but you've learned something about half-orcs. You could use a society roll, for instance, to connect with him on, what it means to be an outcast in society, or maybe just the sensation of being different.
I like that. Because, like, Raph knows she different. Voice in head. Gale got a voice in his head. We're all
Okay.
different. Yeah, I'll try that one.
All right, this will be a society roll.
Anybody gonna help me out?
I have nothing in society, so I'm not of much help.
Zexel will help at this point because Zexel knows a little bit something about being an outcast.
I can do society because I also hear voices.
Awesome. Okay, you both can roll society. What was that, Cyrus?
I was just gonna say I'm a lizardman.
I'm a lizardman. I don't got anything else. I do
It's
the
okay.
tongue thing. That's it.
It's okay, I'm a spider.
All right. Zexel adds in some good points on being an outcast. Anything you want to say, narratively speaking?
Basically about how you think you're the only one that actually has it tough. Like, the pressure of having to stand up to your family and the expectations that they have for you. You just gotta deal with that.
Okay. This would be a +1, non-crit. Go ahead, Ra. 19. Well, fortunately for you, that makes it on the dot.
Oh,
Oh,
You bring up the outcast angle. Zexel's words, just the thing that nails it in home. It causes him to think on the moment. That's going to be another success. You're one success away from convincing him. He's going to rebuttal. He's going to be like, but what if they don't come? Then you're just wasting your time with me. This will be using his diplomacy. Oh, interesting. Same. Against your will DC.
I shudder at the thought of interacting with this person for no reason.
see.
Okay. He brings a good point that causes you pause. That's going to be one success for him. If he gets 3, the conversation's over and he declines. But you're still 1 up, and it's your turn, so. He made a solid point. He didn't guard himself this round. Despite that, whether you make a diplomacy or a recall knowledge of some kind, you're still, both DCs will be increased by 2. So, since you all know, the DCs will be 19.
Do we go diplomacy again?
If you do that, you got a couple of us to back you up on that one.
Yeah, I mean,
It's also what Raph is better at, right? So
yeah, like I have to roll an 8 or above to make it on my own. That's without him, so. Diplomacy again.
Alright, I'll aid.
That's a success, not a crit success, so +1.
Wait a minute, Kairos or Cyrus, did you want to aid?
Oh, I mean, I don't.
No, not even a +2.
I don't
No,
know
it
if it'll
doesn't.
matter.
Save this.
Darn.
Yeah.
It wouldn't save it. Yeah, I
We
was
have
just
no-
looking at that.
We have no hero points left.
Yeah. How nice would it have been if you didn't use it on that one roll that didn't matter all that much?
Shut up.
The gunpowder was important.
The gunpowder wasn't important, and we still failed it, and now we're all doomed. We'd have already have won this conversation if we had it.
If we had the gunpowder, it would have been solved so easily.
Everything can be solved so easily if you just have enough explosives. This is what America has taught me.
All right.
Oh no.
So, you try to connect and drive home that you're all there to help. Unfortunately, your words don't quite reach, and he instantly puts up his walls again. He's just like, no. You don't understand. Yeah, sure, your parents might, like, have expectations of you all, but my mother didn't even want me. It's a very harsh line. This will be using his society roll against your point.
Against my what?
Sorry, this will be against your will save, which fails.
Yep.
Undaunted, you broach the situation again. No increase in difficulty. It's still a 19 with either a diplomacy or society roll. Unless you have some other relevant information. You could also try knocking him off balance. Or demoralizing him.
How did you guys look in knocking him off balance was deception or intimidation?
Knocking him off balance would be deception. You use some kind of
Yeah.
subvertive language to make him slip up.
How do you guys feel about deception? Or
I
should
don't
just
have
try
any
diplomacy
social
again?
skills.
Unfortunately, I'm only trained in diplomacy. Everything social-wise is not my strength.
It really seems that backtracking on diplomacy is not the way to go. You've been more genuine all the way through, changing paces. Especially if we fail, it just seems even more desperate and kind of undercuts the previous genuine emotions, if that makes sense.
You know what? You're actually so right. Thank you.
Who wants to help?
Yeah.
I'll assist.
I'll assist as well.
Okay. Cyrus, that's actually a success because we're basing it on his current DCs, so that's +1.
Okay.
Okay. You drive in the fact that as things are, he's just gonna hate himself more. Isn't it better to at least try than to just keep being the close off individual that he is now? His friends are actually sad that he betrayed them. There are people out there that, despite how shitty he is, miss the way he used to be. He doesn't have an answer for this. He looks down and thinks for a long moment before finally saying, "Fine, you know what? I'll prove to you how much that I'm gonna be useless to you. When you bring me out there and no one comes, then you'll see. and crosses his arms. But he relents.
Is there
I'll go
like a
with you on
box
your
of
journey.
tissues on the desk?
Yes.
I'm like, was that so hard? And I grab a tissue and like turn away and blow my nose.
With
Completely
that
hiding tears.
With that emotional moments and interesting social combat, we're gonna end it for this session.
Woo.
Good job. This was probably the best session I've seen everyone roleplay in for a long time.
Not gonna lie, my heart was racing for that entire diplomatic conversation.
I
Like,
know.
he came in hard, dude, at the beginning.
Like, he should have started off with one success because, God, that knocked me off balance.
I love how
Yeah.
it was like, okay, we're gonna bring him in here. It's gonna be a civil discussion. We're gonna be super nice. He comes in, says one thing, and everyone's like, "You shut the hell up."
Yeah.
And one thing worth noting too is like this is probably the first time you've heard Zexel be like abrasive and aggressive like that to someone. And
After-
all that talk about being an outcast, because Zexel went into a little bit of a rant about that. And then pretty much was quiet for the whole rest of that time.
That
Good.
was,
Go ahead.
she was very, cool-headed throughout that entire thing. Just tried to be.
Well, good shit, good session. We'll get a little bit more time to talk about this in the end. Let's go ahead and give out experience, so, and then we can talk about it. Interpretation, good shit. Everyone did really well. Everyone gets 30 XP.
Woo.
30 XP for being here today. Good ideas, yes. Investigating Bakubo before you went out and actually eventually met him. Even all that caused Taggle to kind of come out and find you guys because you were spending a lot of time kind of asking around. Really good idea. So plus 10, everyone. Any other good ideas? None that I can think of.
Was the black powder a good idea?
I
It
don't
was
know.
a
You
great
guys didn't-
idea.
You
but it only
didn't
would've
actually
wanted-
get to use it, so who knows?
You should have used your hero point on that. Outrage.
Difficult actions. Mm,
The social combat.
you will get XP for the social combat, so don't worry.
I wasn't sure if that counted as a difficult action or not.
Sorry, I was banning someone in chat.
I saw you do it.
Let's see. Difficult actions. Yeah, actually, for perceiving through the Dean's actions. Dean was a wily old guy. He's very smart. And quite a good bargainer for sure. But you did see his weakness, which is he's very overprotective, so plus 10.
Hero point was worth it. Got us 10 XP. You're welcome.
But we didn't need to see through it if we could just blow him up.
Ah, murder.
We would have got XP for completing the powder anyways, right?
Social combats. Actually, two. One was the bargain with the the Dean, which you'll get 60. Yes, 60 XP for that.
Yo.
And then convincing Bakubo to join you on your journey, which you'll get another 60 XP for.
Oh, we should talk to people more often.
We should talk to
much
people
was
all the
that?
time.
How
Everyone
much
should
was
be
that
at
one?
200.
I don't know with how this guy is. I don't think I want to talk to anyone anytime soon.
All right. Some social combat awards for the first time. The Diplomat goes to Raph. Being the one to make recourse with individuals and, be the face of the conversation. It's definitely a well-earned reward. The Interrogator. No one was really interrogating. Interrogating is anyone who finds ways to trip people up in a conversation, whether it's to make them, blurt the truth out using those deceptive actions or intimidation. So none quite this time. The Support Award goes to everyone but Raph.
Wreck.
As everyone had good points and added really good things at certain intervals. I think everyone added a really good bonus to one of Raph's rolls over the course of that conversation.
Yeah.
The Utility Award. Unfortunately, no one really had too many social feats to utilize this session. So, fortunately, I can't really think of anyone who really earned the Utility Award, unfortunately. But for this and future games, be aware. Social combat, you can get XP for it and get bonuses. So, making a social character is a good way to progress your character too.
One day I'll have social combat with a lizard.
Yeah. That's true. We got you prepped for that. The Pity Award, I think, will go to Zexel. Zexel is very rational. The tablet was like a very obvious choice. It's rough having everyone else kind of like disagree based on an emotional input.
I agreed.
Most everyone. That's fair. I felt like Zexel was the one who's the most against it, though. So, Zexel gets the Pity Award. Alright, and player nominations and or kudos.
Thanks to Cyrus for lending me a hero point. Not that it mattered.
It's fine. It's fine. It was the thought. It was the thought that mattered.
Yeah.
Good kudo, good kudo.
Kudos to Raph for coming along and helping Takuma with her investigation. She would not have gotten nearly as far if Raph hadn't been there.
I agree. Raph did really well in helping to help another player participate in scenes and being a good wing person, I think.
I feel like Zexel was just like the voice of reason the entire like last bit of it. It's like making real good points and being logically correct all the time.
I agree. It's really hard being a logical person sometimes.
Yeah.
Kind of got a pity word for it, but I will say Zexel's kind of like input on the whole being an outcast thing and not being the only one who has expectations put on them, I think was very big for Zexel's character. So take the player word for that.
I want to give kudos to Raph for having the back and forth with the Zexel there, for really like, even as Zexel's like doing the logical thing, but also being really abrasive about it. But Raph taking it back and be like, I'm doing this for good reasons. I'm not using them. I'm genuinely want to help.
I agree. I think Raph got some good character development too this session, really reinforcing that aspect that they do really want to help, and I think provided Zexel with a really good foil.
Yeah, I think this was a good session, just like cementing the party's like moral values.
Any other player nominations in our kudos?
I wanted to nominate Takuma and Raph for getting a lot done during the downtime. I just kind of like went into town, rolled a 10, and then came back, and then did nothing for a day. So
I mean, it's all good.
it's fine, but I did want to give a player award for like really furthering the story.
I definitely want to nominate Takuma for being a good shot caller this session, really kind of leading the party in some situations. Like, okay, like Suzanne actually sitting and initiating some scenes and trying to get people interacted with. Like, it may have been really subtle, but I really noticed that Suzanne did really good being a moving force for the party today. So go ahead and take a player award for that.
Yeah, Raph wasn't going to. She wasn't like intending on going with Takuma. She was honestly just someone else was doing it, so she was helping out. She didn't really know what to do because, you know, there was that thing at the bar that she was thinking about, but was filled with purpose.
I want to give Gale kudos for the really sticking to your guns, pun intended, for having the gunpowder making. Like, even everyone else is kind of like, that seems like a terrible idea to spend this much time and effort. But like, it fits your character and you stuck with it. And even though it went horribly, which just makes for good content, honestly, but it's nice to see like sticking to that, even if it causes like a little bit of, you know, dissonance.
I think that earns a player award. I'm not necessarily one to reward players for being stubborn with their foolish ideas at times, but sticking to your character, and hey, if Zexel had a good time playing with you doing it, that's what makes a game good. So if people had fun, it's worthy of an award.
I appreciate that. It exactly leveled me up. Also, the reason I was doing it was mostly not because of this dude. I wanted to give some to Tani Tani and my soldier friends, my warrior friends.
How did that level you up? How you like 200 experience ahead of me?
What? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
I
like
just know this is how the math checks out.
I'm really close to level up myself, so it's possible.
Are you sure you didn't just like accidentally miss a big one at some
We got
point?
200, and I think I'm at 3 player awards. I think.
I mean, Gale's consistently got a lot for those like big damage hits, like big crit chunk hits. So like, I'm sure that's probably what's pushed ahead. Because I got a lot of utility awards for the combat stuff, so I'm pretty close to a level up myself.
Yeah.
So, it checks out.
That's how it goes, unfortunately. The fun of player awards is getting rewarded for your good roleplay. The bad part is sometimes there's level disparities. But that does mean Gale gets like 6p next session, probably. So,
Curse it.
I mean,
age yourself.
at least you did miss a few sessions, and now you're gonna be level 3 for a little while.
Big rip.
I'll make sure you stay relatively close to the party's level.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I don't mind. I'll still have
Well,
fun with it no matter what level my character is. So
If you think about it, if we all get higher level than you, that means the overall difficulty increases, which means everything you do will be like better because you're now shooting above. So you should get like theoretically a bit more experience later. Just like how Gale might get a bit less for a session.
I actually really like Pathfinder's leveling system. It does a really
Yeah.
good job of keeping the players like more or less in the same area.
I mean,
It's
I'm
real nice.
not even that far off from you guys.
Yeah. Um,
Any other nominations and or kudos?
Takuma was just like getting shit done like all session. I feel like.
That's true.
Like,
I
always
mean, we
doing
just
something, and it was always like pretty important. I feel like.
we did just say that, but yeah, extra kudos all around. It's really impressive when a player, Shazam was telling me like, I feel so bad. I feel like I'm stealing the spotlight. I'm like, no, you're doing perfectly. Keep going. Parties need someone to drive it sometimes.
Yeah.
if I
Not
can
at all.
just like, kudos everybody, like I think like the constant like doing aids and actually helping, because we haven't really done that a lot. There's been a couple here and there, but it hasn't been like consistent like expected and multiple people jumping in. And like Zaxel wasn't going to until like someone just happened to bring up the kind of like outcast thing, which got Zaxel to come in to jump in, because otherwise Zaxel was going to keep quiet the entire time.
This was a big team effort session.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll give everyone 10 more XP. Because yes, this was a big teamwork session. I think everyone really helped and got the ball rolling, and especially towards the end there, everyone was on board. Everyone was helping. Everyone had good input. I don't think I've had a group this cohesive in a long time. So, good job.
I like the cohesive, even when Zaxel ran off and did their own thing for days and just kind of left everybody for a bit because Zaxel had their own goal, but then to still come back and like help out and keep that even with the bit of disagreement, keep holding together.
Hey, stories need conflict.
I think it was fun to see like everyone, like the whole party's like differences of opinions on what we should do going forward.
Yes.
Well, I think that'll be it for now. But how'd you all like the session? I think this one went really well.
I liked
I
it.
loved it. I honestly loved the social combat thing.
That was fun.
Like Takuma said, my heart was like racing the entire time.
Man.
And I
As we found out that we had to deal with like an actually like multifaceted, well-built character, I was like, shit. It's gonna be difficult.
yeah.
Yeah, y'all had to deal with a few characters this session, actually.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that you allowed us to roll, but I also appreciate you weren't just like make a diplomacy check. That's it. It was like turn-based combat basically, where we had to choose each time, and it got harder if we did the same thing. That was fun, and I would be happy to do it again.
I think it needs some refining, but I think I'm onto something with the social combat. It's more like a social, like skill series. But yeah, I think it gives a little bit something, and it allows me to elaborate as the scenes go by based on your actions, like how the conversation is going.
I thought it was great. Like, it kind of gave me like, I don't know, since like Ace Attorney vibes, if that makes sense. Like the lawyery kind of like, you know, here's the rebuttal, here's them trying to throw you off guard, that kind of thing. I thought it was great.
Yeah, well, I mean, I like when you do, like, personally, when you know like how social situations work and like how to manipulate a social situation, it plays a lot like this. It's about identifying the aims of the person across from you, manipulating the conversation to get points you want out, or just making really solid core arguments, or picking facts from other places and utilizing them to reinforce your point. There's a lot of different facets of a conversation that can be easily turned into a game in this situation. And, uses a lot of different skill checks so that a lot of different characters can help out. And there's definitely skill feats in the game that would still apply to this as well. So I'm glad you all had fun. It was kind of a rough draft of the skill check system, and I was anticipating you guys are going to have to use it anyway. I understand that in a lot of situations I overpower people in the conversation, especially when it comes to RP. So I figured it was going to be necessary, but I'm glad it didn't make you feel like you had to use it because otherwise you felt powerless in the situation.
I felt like it went really well.
How'd you like the characters this time around?
I liked them. They all made me feel things.
You've done a good job of making a character I want to strangle as soon as he opens his mouth.
One of my character traits for him is insufferable, so.
That's spot on.
Yeah,
It worked, yeah.
that one.
I could never be
Got it.
around that person in real life. Ever.
I would punch him.
Good. That's exactly what you're supposed to feel. So, I'm glad I got that across. How did Tago come across for y'all?
I didn't like that guy. Just like I liked him as a character, but like my character hated him. He made me so uncomfortable.
Zexel doesn't remember Taggle at all because Zexel was sleeping during that entire thing. Because Zexel spent 3 days reading consistently for hours on end.
Yeah, I
That
probably
book-
didn't sleep like once during the 4 days of crafting. Had like a few little naps.
I think he was a good reflection on Bukobo's actions. A good representation as to what was really being seen by everyone else.
I really enjoyed Taggle as a character because the way you described him really set the scene in my head. I set it up perfectly, and it really helped me understand what was going on a little bit more, especially with Bakubo.
That's fair. I tried this session a lot to add small little visual cues, audio cues with like how their voices came across. Try to add some oomph or emotion in some places, and I just really tailored the characters this session to make them a lot more than just standard NPCs. So
It worked. My opinion.
I thought it was
Enjoyed
great.
it.
It was good. It was really good.
I was just happy to see everyone so in it at the end there. Like once that conversation was done, once the session ended, I felt like everyone was just like, oh, finally.
Everyone just sighs and takes a breath.
Yeah.
Don't worry, part of that size also because we didn't make as many jokes as we did last session.
Yeah.
We held a couple in throughout the session.
But that's going to be it for this session. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have not done so already, please follow and or subscribe on your platform of choice. See more amazing content like this. I see this group of players going really far, especially if we can keep up this kind of group-based roleplay and these kind of like emotional oh goodness, these emotional, I don't know, marks hitting the emotional mark, I guess, is close to what I want to say anyway. This group's doing good. So if you want to see more of them, we'll be here every Friday, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We are pretty close to, I think, halfway done with this campaign. It's crazy. I'm very curious to see how it's gonna end now. So, we still got a way to go, but I'm very excited for that. Also, check us out in our video tomorrow for the Swashbuckler. That's gonna be a really fun video, edited by my good friend and co-host for Table Talk, Alex. So give him props in the video if you really like it, or boo him if it's terrible. Either way, I think it'll help him out. It really means a lot to him.
Either way.
That's fair.
I'm gonna go boom in real life.
Do it. He deserves it. He doesn't. He's a good kid. And yeah, thank you to my players for being here today and role-playing with me. I hope you all had as much fun as I did. I think the session was really good. And yeah, let's go ahead and say goodnight, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.